Hello. I missed yesterday's stream because I was out with work stuff. But I figured that's fine. It kind of has to be because, you know, I got back and I prioritized me. I am tired, but we'll do something. So this is Hermitage Strange case files. Ooh, that is very loud. Hang on. So this was requested by Jessie, but it's come up on my random to-do list. Kept on writing it as Heritage Strange Case Files, which would explain why I couldn't find it. Text playback sound off. I don't like text playback sound. Okay, let's go with that. So, normally I do this fully voiced, but I am quite tired and my voice is tired. So we will just sort of see how it goes. It's Lovecraftian. Hi Dan. Yeah, yesterday I was late and then decided it was better to not. Glad you could make it. How are you doing? Okay, so right stick select, D-pad select, left stick view. Okay. Menu, next, back, Y is logs, X is autoplay, so let's not autoplay. Alright, LT skip conversation, LB is case files, RB is observe. So I want the B's, not the T's. This game is purely fictional. I mean, to be fair, I finished at like 11:30 on Tuesdays. It wasn't it wasn't like I finished early. But yeah, Sunday we did have the IRL meet. But they're up on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you didn't come back to crap. Yes, that always used to be a worry with me. Is I go away and come back and like, right, now I have to do the week's worth that I missed, or the work that I missed plus now the new work. I don't have that problem with my current job because my team is awesome and can actually cope without me, which is great. I am superfluous. I'm not superfluous, but it's nice to be able to, actually have a break with knowing that, things will be handled if there are any problems. So yeah, just work is a bit mentally taxing right now because I am learning some new stuff. But yeah, and I'm glad your work was good. And hopefully you had a good break and your football matches were as you wanted. I am covered in fluff. Because I had my hoodie on and then I was really, really hot because I ate something that had like black pepper in it and like hot pasta. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm burning up. My temperature control's broken. Oh, yeah. It's worse when you come back from being sick. And yeah, like, it's like, can people not cope without me? Yeah, so all events, characters, and items depicted in this game are fictional. Similarity to any person or actual event is coincidental and unintended. Okay, so we start with my eyes. She keeps her eyes closed. She can't forget what happened because something's still lingers. Anger, maybe. Not just anger, maybe it's regret. A jumble of thoughts. Sweeps through her mind and the icy air is burning her cheeks. Flying is more difficult than she thought. Looks like her soul didn't sprout wings after all. Somehow it's like she's still here. She feels relieved at the thought, and thus the game begins. Okay, the world goes on and the clock is ticking steadily. Yes, I mean, no Milo, but you're back with Milo now, and Milo is adorable. And I hope you managed to get your sock back. That was such a cute photo. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's requests. Even praying won't turn bad things into good things all of a sudden. Therefore, those who expect a lot from the world should overthink their attitude. There is no joy, no sorrow, just emptiness. The world feels heavy on her shoulders. A Day at the Cinnabar, Chapter 1. Okay. Story short, we'll focus all our energies and preparations for this project. So, based off ratios, there are like 5 with the same ratio. Because, you know. He got pants and a sock? Maybe he just wants clothes. So yeah, based on the ratio, it's like 1.32, and there are 5 with the same ratio, so it's like right. So yeah, it's impossible to guess, but I think there are 5 with the same ratios because you can do like, you know, skip autoplay. So, you know, people tend to do that, and then it makes the ratios all the same. So what I'm going to make the assumption is that it is the complete the game one. So we're just going to focus on, you know, completing the chapters. Yes, still on 17. I didn't play anything yesterday because I got back and I was tired and I ate, and then I was tired and then I went to bed, and then I got woken up by the bloody doorbell this morning, and then I was tired, and then I worked, and then I was tired, and then I had a nap, and then I was slightly less tired, so I thought I would stream. But yeah, I missed a couple of days of like getting achievements this week because I'm tired. I did, however, I'm quite pleased with my 17, considering we're on the 18th of March. That's like 1 a day. So it's pretty good. So I'm hoping to get about halfway through this. And if I make saves, I don't know how many saves I can have. There are 5 pages of saves. So if I make saves in the chapters, then it should be a case of, you know, if I can have 25 saves and there are 5 chapters. Oh no, there's even more than that. All right, there's 7, 8. Okay, I can make all the saves. So every decision I can make a save. Which means that if I need to get like a good ending, bad ending, I should be able to just, you know, reload a save at some point. Hopefully. So I'm going to play it to effectively try and get the good ending, which is one of the 1.32. Yeah, you might need to add some more to your pool to get a successful reroll. What would you reroll? I don't know whether I'll have time if I get a reroll. Whether I should go for 4 completions because I'm going to see my grandpa for like 5 days, and I won't be doing any Xbox stuff. And then when I'm back, there's like 2 days, and then it's the end of the month. I think 3 days, and then it's the end of the month. So I'll have 2 more streams when I get back, and like 1 day. I'm hoping to finish. Well, I will reroll ink. Oh, buggy is not good. So I'm hoping to finish Life is Strange on Sunday. I've got 2 more chapters left. I'll just play through. You know, from 3 till whenever. to get that done. And I completed Bento in Bento. So that's 2. If I can complete Bad Dream Coma, that would be great. But I need to like get back into it, and I think the one I need is one I went for before, and it didn't work. So, I don't know whether I can like reload a chapter or I have to find another guide for it, because I think I got the one I was going for, but it sort of seemed you could also get the other one along the way, but it wasn't 100%, and I know it's going to be the one, that one. But anyway, I might be able to finish that, but I've still got 5 achievements left in it. This one, however, if I can complete the game, then the other achievement should be fairly simple to get, so that should be a completion. Um, and then there's Lake, which I might play tomorrow on stream, because I finished Button City and that was what I was going to play, and then I finished it. So I might play some Lake, because I know people have been asking about that. I'm fairly certain it's the RV ending. But then I might also take the time to finish that one off, but that one is not an easy one to do, so. And then there's also Weakwood Throne I could finish. I've got 3 achievements left in it, but I need to grind. And it's not a particularly great game. So I don't know whether I'll be able to get 4 completions in to get a reroll for Overcooked to potentially get something that I couldn't complete anyway. So we will see. I mean, there's always a chance that I could complete Little Big Workshop, but that could potentially also take like 12 hours. I really want to get sunk back into it. And I'm not going to complete Button City because I can't do the dance game. I might be able to complete Abduction. That is a chance that I could complete Abduction. But again, that would be like completing it on the Tuesday type thing. And it's pushing it a little close. So, we'll see. If I can get like 24 out of 25, that would be pretty cool. I just need the impetus to go to play a couple of the games, because they're not. They keep coming up though, so I really should. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm fairly croaky, so I'm just going to read this, pause, and then go on, which will hopefully give everyone a chance to read it. I can go back, I think. And there's a log as well. So yeah, if anyone misses anything, do yell. But I can't do narrating everything. And I read really fast. So, ooh, Elite Art Cub. Normally I would read everything, I really would, but it's going to take like 17 times as long to complete the game, and I'm just tired, so. Any questions? Ooh. Interesting, okay. Yeah. Ink. What is ink, anyway? Regardless of problems, she suffers from nightmares even during the day. Oh, that's bad. Yes, it's definitely Lovecraftian. Oh. Mean Girls. Oh, that sounds painful. I don't like bullies. I wish she'd be more self-aware and know what her place is. Mean Girls. They totally didn't forget. They did it on purpose. Oh, I don't like awkward collectibles. Put a little bit more on the volume because it's quite nice. Mushroom. Yeah. Oh. What are you working on at the minute, Dan, anyway? The boom, that's kind of gone. Should I turn on the lights? Yes. Oh. Friend? The world goes on and the clock keeps ticking. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's requests. Maybe that's why the moth is drawn to the flame. That's not ominous at all. That one was there. This one, okay, done. Doesn't really fit. Well, it's time for a break. There's the log. All the text. I thought that would be like a diary thing, but I mean, there's a bookshop in this. I like bookshops. Art of Rally. Dolinks. Cool. You had a tough list this month. Like, it was like, start a lot of Pougies, and then like, really time-consuming achievements as far as I remember from when I was looking at it. So, whatever you get is pretty good. Plus, you didn't bring your Xbox with you when you had a holiday, so... At least March is slightly longer than February was. But yeah. I'm looking forward to spending some time with my grandpa. It's just relaxing. Napping, reading, be doing some knitting. Yeah, I mean, I won't miss it when when I'm with my grandpa, you know. I won't miss my Xbox. It's nice to have a break from it sometimes. It's like I didn't look at social media at all when I was cat sitting, which was nice. I didn't miss it particularly. You have... Okay, you said will be your 4th, and now you have 9? I'm confused. Or you have 9 that you've identified. So you've got 5 after you finish. 5 more. Well, 4 more, because you've said Dolings and Art of Rally. Oh, 4th completion! My bad, I misunderstood. Gotcha, you have 9 art deal. Sorry, I've not really been paying attention to anything really this week. It's been a bit full on. I've had days full of meetings and then streams and just, yeah. I hadn't realised. Yeah, but actually, no, I knew you were on 9. Because I remember seeing the leaderboard. I just didn't... I'm tired. Ah. Sorry, my brain is very tired. Yeah, tired Joe is tired. I think there's an emote for it. I don't know whether I put it in yet or not. I think I did. There should be a sleepy emote. I should use the sleepy emote. Milo is yawning with me. Ah, poor. That's a good boy. Good boy, Milo. Ooh. She's a regular. This is the new girl, I think. Voyagers of the Western Pacific. Oh, I bet that makes it hard to play games. Okay. Oh, conversations. Now isn't the time. If I'm having trouble with something, cleaning my desk always clears my mind. Looking information, I can always check out the bookcase. Didn't know busy books right now. There's nothing else to do. I sometimes go ahead and organise the shelves. Still customers, so I should do my job first. Customer seems to have something to say. Okay. Case files. Let's have a look at the case files. So nothing suspicious at the moment. Question. Clues. A button fill in. B button withdraw. Okay, I don't have any clues yet. Switch to clues. Okay. Switch chapter. We've only got 1 chapter. Right, okay. And then thoughts. Ooh. Thoughts are apparently... I think many of my brain cells are killed by the smoke. Okay, she's been dropping by more often she makes. Okay, so we'll talk to her. Skinny customer. I mean, honestly, typing is hard at the best of times. Don't feel like you have to. It's nice having the conversation, but don't feel like you have to. Sailor suit. Ah, well-known private school. Phoenix High School. Yeah, that's the one you want to buy today. Sorry, I'm just making sure. This time it's the Trail of the Missing Fish. You're just a little weird. I like it. flip through it, it's like an academic documentary about ancient rituals and making sacrifices to sea god. I wonder if it's Lovecraftian. I mean, your typing is already like 10 times better than mine when I'm attempting to type when I'm, tired. That's mainly because my fingers fall over each other. What's the fish people? It's in that other game that I was playing that's Lovecraftian based. Innsmouth. Innsmouth? I think is the fishing town. Oh, I'm so tired, my eyes are watering. That's not that simple. Okay, I ask why you want this book. Why? I'm just curious. I think it's Call of Cthulhu. I mean, yeah, there are two. No, it's the other one. There's two. I'm a good portion of the way through Call of Cthulhu, but there is another one that's Lovecraftian. It's a similar type thing. That specifically had the fish people in Innsmouth. But no, I don't think it's Call of Cthulhu. It'd be easier if I just literally check on my list of games. It was one I did for one of my RTDLs, I think. A couple of months back. Sinking City is the other one. So Sinking City is the one I was thinking of. Call of Cthulhu is another one. I am a good portion of the way through the story on that, whereas Sinking City I'm kind of at the beginning. Well, less at the beginning now because I did do an achievement in it. I say I like Lovecraft. I like the idea of Lovecraft. I like the professor. But some of the stuff is weird, and I don't know why I have so many games of it. So I'm interested to see how this is going. Rules and guidelines. Okay. Okay. Oops. Bookcase number 3. That's Freud, if I'm not mistaken. I was silent all of a sudden. She's just lying there on the ground underneath a mountain of books. Okay. Let me clean up. Seal. Ah. You really shouldn't be smoking around all these books. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Strange dreams. Oh. Horrifying, scary dreams. Interesting. Okay, that one I understand. Vision. Eight-legged fish made of straw. Okay. Hermitage is the bookshop. Good. She hasn't been completely sincere. Half-truth is still a lie. Aha, okay. Save. That's an auto, so number 1. Alright. What do we start with? I'm just going to be straightforward, I think. I kind of like the idea of this bookshop. I really didn't lie. Those images are still in my head. It's just like you said, there are other reasons why I'm paying such close attention to them. I saw my best friend in my dream. She's like a sister to me. Huh? She was lying on the ground, twitching, her face as pale as snow. The ground beneath her head was covered in red. Blood was still pouring out of her. I couldn't see her eyes. Her right hand was completely mauled. She was trying to move. There was blood, so much blood, and I... She's staring. The stare, the eyes. Wait, eyes? Did she say she couldn't see them at first? Eye, blood, her neck, those eyes, the eyes. Eyes looking at me, they're looking at me, staring at me, looking at me, gazing at me, those eyes. I What should I do? Calm down, calm down. So basically this vision made you worry about your friend's well-being. Can't bear the thought of her like that. It's so horrible. I'm really scared. The more I remember, the more I... So you decided to look for information on visions and hallucinations? You're trying to gain further knowledge about them, trying to figure out how much of what you're experiencing is connected to reality? Oh, this is starting to get troublesome. Will you help me? The interest was in fact genuine. That book, I thought maybe I... Key, take it easy, I won't leave you on your own. Have you fear you want me to help you? I need more information. Some more details to work with. Who exactly is this friend who's like a sister to you? What's your relationship with her? Can you pinpoint when and where the vision takes place? More importantly, what are these hallucinations? I know the situation is serious, but I still need to grasp the basic concept of it all, or I won't be able to help you. You're right, I'll tell you. Actually, I often get bullied at school. None of your friends there, and they often pick on me in groups. They all think I don't deserve to be going to the same school as them. They want to force me to leave. They don't talk to me. They steal my books or pour water in my desk drawer. They always try to make me angry or trip me when I walk by. The only person who ever stood up to me and told them to stop was her. Her name is Eloise. She's the president of the school's art club. Without her, I probably would have given up already. When did you two meet? Around the middle of September this year. Interesting. From what you told me so far, I thought you had known each other for years. I wish that were the case, but I only transferred to Phoenix High School this semester. I had high hopes people there would be nicer, that there'd be a sense of community, but it's even worse than it was before. Sounds tough, as this art club somehow related to what you've been dreaming of. The floor in my vision is very much like the one in the club building, and Eloise often gets into arguments with others because of me. Are there many conflicts within the art club? The situation between her and the others is very tense, even though she's the student representative. Will the teachers have anything to say about all that? I mean, things like that could reflect negatively on them too. Truth be told, the teachers are more worried about the art competition. Preparations for that have their full attention. The what now? It's an art competition called the Yukai Cup. It's prestigious and the level of talent is very high. It's serious business. I don't really know much about all of those things. What can you win? Honestly, for me it's not even that big a deal, but I've only been around a few months. Many of the others multiple years. Their pride is on the line when it comes to facing off against students from other schools. Art competition, that sounds cool. So it's about honour. Every February the UK Cup is the only thing that anyone talks about at Phoenix High. They always score well in the competition. Sounds persistent if you ask me. They work so hard to prepare that they're all stressed out, the atmosphere becomes unbearable, and the art club turns into an emotional power keg. It's also a regular occurrence. Just like me, Eloise doesn't have much of a presence outside the art club. Considering her calm personality, it's hard to imagine her taking the initiative and start a fight with anyone else. It makes your visions even more strange. There's no plausible explanation for them. I would like to write them off as simple nightmares, I really would, but I'm convinced that there's more to it. Yeah, I understand that now. It really makes me wonder. Like I said before, I see a lot of things in those dreams. I don't think see is the right word to describe it. I can see, hear, touch everything. It's as if I don't exist and I am actually part of it all. Oh, it doesn't really add up to what you said before. Could you explain it again? How do you mean? I'm not very good at explaining it. Don't worry, just tell me about how you felt when it first happened. What was the first thing that went through your mind? What? The dude? He's the bookshop owner. We don't know his name, he hasn't introduced himself. She stays silent for almost a minute. I think I was flying. Flying? So it feels like you're flying through the air? It feels like flying, but I don't have any sense of self. I can observe everything from above. My perspective since it certainly isn't from heaven. The only reason I say it is that way is so I can describe it somehow. Last time I saw the city's famous riverside viewing platform. A group of panicked people came running from the north right towards the people on the viewing platform. Luckily, security guards were nearby to handle the situation and prevent a mass panic. People were shaken up and looked like they'd seen a ghost. They looked really frightened. At the same time, there was such a small group that they were lost in a gigantic crowd of people. Hardly anyone noticed the uproar, and on the other side of the viewing platform, everyone simply carried on as normal. It's really scary how you can feel isolated and unsafe even when you're out in public and surrounded by so many people. Afterwards, I went to take a look at the place on my own. Surrounding streets and buildings were all familiar to me. They were just like in that dream, even the street signs were the same. It's hard to imagine that without seeing it for yourself. I've seen bizarre scenarios play out in my mind before, but until the visions of my friend, I never thought about actively researching what I'd seen. often lose track of time when I have these visions. No sense of self, no to it's just one big blur of everything. However, as soon as my focus shifts, I quickly lose that state of mind. I seem as within a real dream. By the time I start to question whether I am myself, I'm already in a more conscious state. It's only a matter of time before I return to reality. Well, at least you return to your senses at some point. Even if I wanted help from someone, I'd have a hard time explaining it to them. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Very grateful. I've never been very sociable. Too awkward, I guess, but I see where you're coming from. Anyway, I just want to understand what I see. After all, if my friend really is in danger, I need to find a way to help her. Do you think I'm naive for wanting to find out whether my dreams are real or not? Of course not. In fact, you're being calm right now. So calm right now is remarkable. Take a small break. Do you want another cup of coffee? Principle of reasoning. There's nothing on the bookshelf. Okay, so thoughts. I'm clicking A, but it's not letting me do anything as yet. Okay, maybe I need more stuff. I'm dropping the save just for the sake of it. For now, we don't have anything else we can do. Excuse me. Okay, taking notes. Every event has its own origin, cause, and effect. What's with the over there? There's like an angry speech bubble eating a dead speech bubble. Terrible scene related to the school. Need to investigate further. Computer's quite old, so you can access the internet. Topics can start rumors. Need to be watched. TV is an old model with a curved screen. Information in the local news. And we can't rest now. There's no time to waste. Promise to help, so I have to take it seriously. See if there's anything new. In this building, right by the bookstore for various reasons. There are good and bad sides to it. Good thing is I'm always surrounded by information. Turn on the computer. Oh, that's bright. The forum's interface appears in front of me. The users here voice their opinions very openly in order to reflect their wide-ranging knowledge or simply to have some fun. It's giving the admin one hell of a headache, but I like to sit back and enjoy it. It said that it's got its own problems. There's maintenance every 5 minutes. The layout's a mess, and the moderators quarrel all the time. It's polarized. I mean, maybe we'll get their name at some point, but at the moment, we're just a person, a store manager. So, forum about urban legends. Content will be updated automatically. Browsing the posts, I can list the posts here. Close the page. I'm gathering intelligence. I should read all of today's posts. Okay, it's a huge spider. Okay. Gene scissors. 3-eye mosquitoes. Why am I buzzing? Oh, delayed stuff. Okay. Text. Yeah, that is a lot of text. Metacase. Nothing to do with the current situation, but I should keep an eye on it. 14-year-old model Vlada Zubia died suddenly in Tindu last month. Poisoned. The original chime of the clock tower. This means something. What they call finding the light in the darkness. I didn't realize it before. You probably know about the old building on the beach. 2 days I talked to the old man who lives there. He told me he was young. Chime in the clock tower had a different melody than it does now. Suddenly I can't remember what it was called. So you get to find out the name of the old melody, and I thought I'd ask you to help. Chimes is Westminster Abbey. It's got changed in the 90s, so it needs to be changed back. Changed it in the 80s, so let's change it back. Queen of England. Okay. Okay, so there's only 4 of them. Apparently it's 2017, it's the 16th of October. Looks like it's time for news. After a series of boring news, I hear something interesting. Follow up to the Sky Pit incident. 13th of March, 3 p.m, a road collapsed in downtown Maytop. No one was injured, however the road repairs are proving difficult due to the extensive damage. At present, the road section remains restricted to vehicles. Drivers, please plan your route accordingly. In addition, there are rumours that pedestrians witnessed an explosion at the scene. People are reminded to please remain calm and vigilant, and a warning has been issued to criminals not to take advantage of the situation. As of right now, evidence is still being collected and analysed. Departments in charge hope to have more information to the public as to what exactly caused the collapse. Wherever roads floor roads collapse in big cities. Another road section from the report as near popular riverside viewing platform. Roads in such a highly frequented area are usually kept in much better condition than that. The words even small cracks in the ground would usually be an immediate cause for concern. Not to mention a big hole that leads to a collapse like that. According to the photographs in the news, the sky pit has now 10 meters in diameter, and the hole is unusually deep. That doesn't look like it was caused by a normal explosion. Seems to me that I just stolen. What could have caused the destruction and not even showed up on surveillance footage of the surrounding area? Something about that seems off. I assume it happened also suddenly. I didn't have time to come up with a better cause. In other words, perhaps the problem isn't finding evidence, but the actual cause of the incident simply can't be made public. I'm running from the north right towards the people on the viewing platform. Okay. I've seen a ghost. There's a small group lost in the crowd. Oh yeah, I just think it's really scary. Looks like that from clues. Let's see. Time to call an old friend. You there? I need to ask you a favour. Don't have time. Planning department as well as the police department have been insanely hectic. People are busy. I don't have time to concentrate on anything else. Never mind. If you've been to any of these places lately, you should have what I'm looking for. Hold on, wait a minute. Is this about that accident? Well, I've got a bad feeling about this. Even if you are interested in it, things are only going to get more complicated from now on out. About tomorrow? Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Anyway, if it really has something to do with you, I'll stop by sooner than later. Done. All I can do now is wait. She can be trusted, but it's like she should be grumpy and won't stop complaining. At least I made some progress trying to turn off the TV. Okay, so what is that? Oh, that's my... Right, so the angry looking ghost thing is my phone. So it looks like relationship is a thing. Recently contact a person. Oh! Left stick. RB to zoom in. Okay. And zoom in, use right stick to pan the view, and left stick to move cursor, and press A. LB to return to the overview. Okay. LBs. Such a student. Me. I don't have a name. I'm just me. Second year. Okay. Teachers and students. My Chemical Romance. Okay. Case files. Can I do anything with this yet? The clock tower chime. But there's also the bit from the news, right? Or do I have to think about it to get to Chris? Okay, maybe we just end the day. Okay. I have no idea what's going on. Just got linked in a tweet from like last year. That's just confusing. Okay. Scarlett, Chief Legal Consultant at Golden Maxine Law Firm. Completely right. I do have the video. I told you yesterday. I already guessed that you want it. Now, no need to hurry. It's not that I don't trust you. You know I do, but you're going to have to give me a good reason as to why you want it. Meanwhile, there's a cover-up. Someone's trying to hide. I need to find out what it does. To find out the truth. So there's trouble brewing again. Like a magnet for all things strange. There's nothing I can do about that. It's a little too much. First you're responsible for the fate of the world, then you suddenly disappear, outright vanish. Give it a couple more years and you'll be friends with a Loch Ness monster hidden away in isolation somewhere. So I wonder if this is like a second game in a series. Feels like there's more story. I'm trying to think of the name of the professor. There's like a professor at like the unknown university or something that's part of Lovecraftian lore. Miskatonic. The Miskatonic University. There's like a professor. It was in one of the games I was playing. Not a computer game, an actual board gamey thing. Like a detective game. I'm wondering if this is him. We don't know his name yet. We may never know his name. Yeah, maybe I should look up and see if there's a series for this. This is the only one on the Xbox. But that always happens. That's an old Apple Mac, that is. Old TV. I wonder if he just sleeps on the sofa. It looks like it's basically his room as like file cases. Hmm. $18.58. So I wanted to make sure, so you know, if I had found concrete evidence, certain detail that she couldn't have known in advance happened in reality. Well, it's logic. Okay. Okay. Rising sun properties. Time with the clothes changed several times since rising sun tune. 3 p.m. Bizarre. Explosion. Okay. And then hold. Suspicion approved. Realistic dreams, her revisions reflect the past. Ooh, and I got a bloop! Yay, a bloop. The story begins. Completed the first deduction. Oh. Very similar vision there. Panicked people, the input from the hostel. She said sunrise was playing. Opportunity to verify the truth. My clock tower should be right on time to play sunrise. Common road damage. Just aware. Actively. Or should I just have to know? Gossip. 2. Breaks the laws of physics. And she's a lawyer. She can surely manage to not get herself into legal trouble. Next stage. In the past, I've often asked myself if the concept of time is just some man-made cognitive illusion, fantasy. Something you can free yourself of and your problems will take care of themselves. And it's noon already. Why do you see them? Hmm. How should I put this? These dreams are connected to something called lilac grass. Some sort of answers? Yes. Why do you call it lilac grass? That's what Ali's told me it was called. I don't know if there's another name for it. Incense and hallucinations is a combination that brings quite a few bad stories to mind. I realise that now too, but I didn't think it was a big deal, you know. Plenty of kids carry these bags around and use them. I never gave it much thought because it's so widespread. Lilac grass sounds like some sort of incense. Herbs would use for essential oil massages. My friend said that when the mind is on edge, this can be very effective. We get on really well, so we often work together, hang out after school. And Eloise never mentioned anything about these dreams. She only said that the incense has a calming effect and it's used to help with stress. We closed the classroom window and lighted the incense. It burns for about 10 minutes. It smells very sweet, like a variety of flowers mixed with juice and water all blended together. First few times it only gave me peace of mind. Sounds around me were still clear. My vision wasn't altered or anything. It just washed my troubles away and made me feel at ease. Thus, calming effect was the only thing at first, meaning the dreams only started to have after prolonged use. I was asked Eloise, but she never had a similar dream experience with incense. Maybe everyone responds to it differently, right? I told myself it was nothing to be concerned about. After all, even if there were some horrifying images, they went away as soon as the incense burned up. It's like waking up from a real dream. You know, it's simply over. So the ancestors are causally mysterious dreams. That certainly makes more strange. At least there's a concept we can grasp. Just worried I didn't want to get caught and be considered some kind of druggie. And the end, this is no different from drug use. You should be smart enough to know that. Trust me, I'm not the kind to preach. But you should really be aware that these things can have consequences. The fact that you see things that are real and actually happen is what worries me the most. That's not just a fantasy or your brain chemistry playing tricks on you. That's something more dangerous. Ba-doop-doo. Okay. You're responsible to stop investigating this now we know it's not just a fantasy. And you got your own personal reasons to get to the bottom of this too. My own reasons? All those events were real and I can't just ignore certain dreams. That's right. Well, like what happened to your friend Eloise? More information if you want to get to the bottom of this. It's not just about your classmate Eloise, your school, your club, and this lilac glass. I need to know more. Of course. If only for her sake. September. She said using it regularly over a period of 2 months would increase everyone's mood and mental performance. Chinese medicine. Okay. One thing was totally clear, and that was Eloise lying on the ground. Because of my own fear, but the surrounding environment was just a big blow. It's a quartz floor, I could see that much. Our building has the same style of floor tiles, the hallways and stairs. Looks like a staircase. Her art tools were scattered everywhere, strewn about on the ground, but it was hard to make out details. So I was indoors. Couldn't see any familiar desks or chairs, and the classroom floor is different. He said there was a lot of blood around her head. Were there any signs of injury aside from that? Like bruising on her arm, I couldn't see it clearly. Her hair was covering up a lot. One more thing, her clothes were partially messy. Something that wouldn't happen just from falling to the ground. It's horrible. Anything else? Painting. Painting's paper was thin and it was torn open. I've seen that painting around before, even though I can't remember what was on it. The impression is still imprinted in my mind. No, don't ignore stomachs. Let's smoke again because we keep doing that. What happened to Eloise? What a lilac grass's origins. We've got visions of the past. A painting in a pool of blood. Okay. Also sell books. Ooh, maybe there isn't a previous game and we get to find out what this incident was through this game. I am curious, I have to admit. Love a good mystery. And so far it doesn't seem horrendously scary, which is nice because, you know, don't like scary. Which reminds me, at some point I do need to go back to that Shinrei game that I started during Extra Life. Oh, I'm tired. I am tired. Okay. Two copies. We found a good book. Looks like a piece of cake. S-ich and Ube-ich. He knows something. Interesting section. Okay. Trail of Cthulhu. Hardcover. Code Seraphim. Chronicles of the Crane. History of Cannibalism. Ancient Prescriptions. Papyri Gracia Magicae. Tomb Construction. Call of Cthulhu. A kitten with tentacles! Wild Magic. The Trail of Cthulhu. Okay, we'll start at the beginning. Five, 4, 1, 3, 1. change your prescriptions. I wonder if the lilac grass. Should have been called the Call of Cthulhu then. So we don't have the play of the Red King or Yellow King or whatever it is. Okay, we've looked at all of them, yeah? Well, hopefully everyone's had a good week. Anyone got any plans for the weekend? Ooh. Okay. So what's going on at school? Oh, that sounds cool. Maker's Market. Awesome. What is she selling? Okay. Internet. Please, internet, please. Oh, I've used polymer clay before. I use Fimo. I've made things. It's fun, but you know, it's nothing I could sell. So it sounds like. I mean, if you've got photos, feel free to share them in the Discord because it sounds really cute or really cool. I don't know why I have to. Everything is cute to me, but you know what I mean. It sounds good. But yeah, I'm aware of polymer clay. I know it's not yucky. Cute or trendy? I know I'm not good at words. When did that come out as new? Because I'd already look at that. Scarlet. Animal documentary on the Discovery Channel. If you wouldn't mind, like, putting that somewhere that's not in my chat that I can't currently make a copy of, then I would be grateful. I'd love to have a look. Yes, I've seen that. I think I've added it to my list as well. Thank you. It's not that it's not useful in the chat, it's just that, you know, I'm streaming and I will not necessarily remember to go back, but if you put a link somewhere, then I am. Oh, should be able to do something about it. I think I underestimated how long it would take me to get through a chapter, even not reading it. But yeah, paparazzi looks cute. I'll check it's in my pool for next month as well. Maybe we'll get the same game. Ooh, have I got a new bookshelf? Or just because I have books on it? No, okay. Stop the conversation. Interesting. Oh, I'm always aware of what's coming into Game Pass. I obsessively check lists and things. I'm always very excited when they do like the ID showcase and then like a whole bunch of games that I didn't know about come in. Like I knew about Tunic, but I didn't know about the Paradise Killer or I remember that. That was really cute. I really am covered in fluff. I'm also thinking I should take a short break and stretch and get some tea. So just gonna drop a save, just for the sake of dropping a save. So I'm just gonna have a short tea break. But yes, nonary games I'm also very excited about. I'm hoping that comes up in my RTDL next month. Yeah, and then Paradise Killer, and obviously Jesse's really excited about Tunic. Oh, he's playing Zelda again, so I did see he was playing Tunic earlier, but I was snoozy. So I missed lots of it. That's fine, because I want to play it myself. Probably not on stream, though. But yeah, so I'm just going to have a quick tea break, and I will be back in a few minutes. So hydrate, stretch, etc. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. And I have tea and chocolate. He's made good progress in Chinook. Yeah, is he going for like a first completion or has someone already completed it? I don't really know. As I said, I've been fairly tired and distracted. Just not had really time to look into stuff this week. Okay, what's going on at the school? Oh, fair enough. Oh. Plagiarism. Okay. Make sure I got all my thoughts in. Fraud! Fraud in the art club. What would you like to know? Okay. It's finally starting. Hmm. Oh, Lady Magritte! Hello and hello, Raiders! How are you doing? How is Teak? How was your stream? I had it up, but I was very snoozy. So I saw a bit of Royal Road, and the Don't Be Afraid, I think was the last one. And possibly something else in between and something else at the beginning. But yeah, I've been very tired today. Ended with some spoopy. Always good. But yes, welcome in Raiders. I'm Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK. Today I am playing Hermitage Strange Case Files. Normally I do more voices, but I'm feeling kind of tired. So I'm just sort of going through the story, occasionally reading stuff out and trying to solve some mysteries, which is really cool. It's nice and chill. So if you're here for chill, chill is good. Teak is out. Aw, bless. Did you threaten them with a vacuum again? Sleepy kitty. Hi, Dawn. How you doing? Ah, that was the one I missed because I had a nap. I missed the Pougy one. I saw on your Twitter that you'd done that. Massive back pain? That doesn't sound good. Yes. Touch the butt. I don't have sounds like Kara does. Mainly because they'd make me jump lots, and I don't need that. And also then there'd be weird copyright things that I stress about, so I don't need stress. But we could have a butt command. That would be funny. hopefully everyone's had a good week. Any cool plans for the weekend? I am fine. I am just knackered. Exhausted. Looking forward to the weekend. Right. Yeah. Aside from the back pain, hopefully you're all okay. Transfer student's got to be Cecile. Relaxing sounds like a good plan, especially if you're, not comfortable because of pain. Take it easy. Clouds of flame. That's got to be Cecile's. Blossoms. Hang on a minute. I wonder if there was a signature thing going on. I wonder if this is a hallucination painting, like, I don't know, it's weird. Interesting. So, I'm actually still in chapter 1. I've not gotten very far. I've been taking it slow. The main gist of this is that there is a girl called Cecile who's been having visions of, like, the past and possibly the future because of some weird lily smoke meditation thing. And then there's a bookshop guy that's trying to help her figure out what's going on. And someone might die. Ooh. Accidentally just hit the UI. Come back! There we go. Ask about Lily. I thought Blossoms was the entry in the competition, you see, so... Hmm. And that's it for today. Wow. Yeah, so there's like a story behind this store manager person, but I don't know what it is. Either I've missed a game or it'll be revealed over the next chapters. But this is also Lovecraftian, so there's mentions of Cthulhu, etc., etc. There is more to Lovecraft than Cthulhu, but you know. He lost his name in a game of poker. I mean, entirely possible. It's a timing of when I left the school. Midterms last semester. Every February. Hmm. Oh. Interesting. I thought there was future as well, but apparently... Maybe that's when the painting got ripped. Maybe she's a zombie. I've now got 2 copies of me open. Great. Ah. We seem to skip straight off the afternoon. The world keeps turning. Tales from Vienna Woods. So she's only seeing past events. Ooh, girl with long hair. Yeah, so we've got Call of Cthulhu, a cat D&D thing, and then Wild Magic and the Trail of Cthulhu. So who is this person? Lily? Eloise? Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. We still don't know his name. I don't know if we'll get his name. She's Eloise. What's wrong with Cecile? Still kick. Puggied. I have a couple of Puggy games in my backlog. I like them. I really liked the when we had to figure out the phrase. Where you only had like numbers. You had to figure out which letter was which number. Or which number was which letter was which letter. I really like those kinds of yeah, I've only got like 3 of, so 4 in total. I've played 1 and I've got 3 others. I don't necessarily like all the ideas behind them, so I'm only getting the ones that interest me. Find the right moment. Okay, I'm gonna save because I have no idea what's going on here. And regular saves is good. I've been playing for 2 hours. Yeah, no, I get that. Sometimes I really want to just binge a puzzle game. Sometimes I'm like, no. Clinical psychotherapy. Yeah. I mean, I love Sudoku. And Picross. Picross is a fave. I mean, engine, that's not a bad word. I would say that. What should I ask? Elitism. Hmm. Anything stand out from the games you played today, Lady McGriff? Oh, I missed Wife Quest completely. Is that a platformer? And Royal Frontier looked cool. Kind of, it looked a little bit like the oh, those D&D pixel games. Knights on Paper, Knights of Pen and Paper. It's a little bit like that. I have to catch up on Don't Be Afraid. I don't think I've played that myself, but you know, always appreciate action platform with a bit of Metroidvania. Probably not my kind of game, but I kind of liked the title. It sounded silly. Turn-based. Turn-based chill. Sounds good. Ooh, okay. Save. This seems important to... Okay. Assume the something psychologist. Insist on having more life experience due to your age. Show that you care about Cecile. Avoid the topic. Quest for Infamy. I saw that you were playing it, but didn't get enough sense of what the game was. I'm gonna go with psychologist and straightforward. My eye's twitching. She seems sincere. Reason with people who are concerned about something. Pig-headed? Any new books? I don't think we're going to get any new books as yet. But I like flipping through them. Okay, what are my thoughts? I'm going to light up another cigarette. I'm going to die of lung cancer before the end of this chapter. Fraud, plagiarized, and lost. Lily, serious damage. Okay, I'm not steal. Okay, we haven't had a chance to do anything with those things yet. It popped up before. Let's see, what else? Tumblr! Gosh, it dates itself, this does. I think Tumblr's still quite popular with some people, but... Milo! Have a good walkies. Interesting. Just don't miss that smell. What's the seal? Blimey. I have conclusions, I just can't make them yet. Must be missing a key piece of evidence. Okay, right. Ooh. Stay out of this, don't get involved again. Good for you. What are you talking about? Exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so mysterious person threatening us. Always fun. Internet. Has this been updated again? I really seem to be obsessed with this this is a school investigation. I don't need to go through that. Still don't have a name. Let's kill ourselves slowly with cancer. I don't think we can do anything else with the case files. We've got these 2 questions, but maybe we don't have enough information as yet to answer them. Aha! Now do we get to solve a thing? Prove the connection. Okay. What happened to Eloise? Okay, so what do we got? What is it hiding? So the Yuki cup, Lily's painting, and possibly the same painting in a pool of blood. Yay. Former misdeeds of the Art Association. Okay. Eloise was the artist. She was pushed down the stairs. Maybe this is the July incident the police were involved in. We are volatile creatures. If we're offered a cheap way to make our troubles disappear, we don't care if it's a cure or a curse. The deliverer. He just appeared. I mean, it's a shop. Drama. Thieves. Cut to the chase. I'm just gonna cut to the chase. Just gonna go with green each time. That's all I can do. This doesn't look good. Mr. Store Manager, do we get a name? Cold noodles. really want noodles now. Sorry, this is just a chill. I'm really just I am quite tired. So this is quite a chill stream today. If people want to chat, feel free to put stuff in the chat and I will respond. If you want to tell me about your week or your weekend or just, you know, games that you're playing, I will listen. Just not really feeling like keeping up a commentary beyond commenting on some of the things. So hopefully that's okay. Typing things in chat. Hi Okash. How you doing? It's her birthday. Oh, not Cecile's birthday. Chris filled with red paint. Don't like these pranks. Bullying is mean. Oh no. She's not got a phone. There's something more going on here than bullying, then. I hope she can breathe in there. It is not good. Well, I think she didn't do this on purpose. She didn't choose to do this. This is being done to her, so. Yeah, so she didn't break her promise. Hmm. Well. This is dangerous. Interesting. Right, I just need a minute. I'll be right back. Right. Easy bit. So if you're with someone, you see their past. Interesting. Ew. The answer. Obviously. Hey! How was the walkies? All things are one. Mine, I tried to play with the frog! Cute. Frog wasn't having it. Aww. Jeez. Questions. Practical meaning. Okay, what have we got? So we've got past. Past. And there was that book. Time. Past. Bingo. Returns to its land of origin. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The name that can be told is not the eternal name. This is confusing. The eyes. Okay, searching for the eyes. Looking into the void. You see them, the silkworm will see you in turn. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Pair of eyes. Okay. Well, those are the three that fit. Bingo. Time Hunter Scaly Silkworm! Scaly Silkworm. Ooh. Okay, Scarlet. Kind of want to make a feel if I could draw, then Milo trying to make friends with a frog would be a really cute sketch. Hmm. Hi, Mr. Gornals. How you doing? Colds suck. I hope you are taking care of yourself and having vitamins and chocolate and lots of naps. Who ordered the attack on 6th seal? I have to find out. Oh, even. It's a crime, it is. Lily. Now lose. I mean, it could be that Eloise is setting up Cecile through the other students and then befriending her. But why? So she can be the hero? true? What you said just now, is it all true? Eloise, say something. Little Cecile, I'm so sorry. Whoa. Why? How much did you owe of your hair? Everything. Everything, huh? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but everything is pretty obvious right now. Did I do something wrong? Is it my fault? No, it's not. We make mistakes in our lives, but kindness and tolerance aren't one of them. The mistakes lies with those who impose their own pain on you. Is that really true? Where are you going? Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, Mr. Store Manager. Sorry to have bothered you so much. Cecile, you're not ready yet. Don't talk to Eloise. Not until we get her back here to explain. Okay. You don't have to waste your time looking for her. It doesn't matter. Even after what she did to you? Did she take it too far? Yes, we all do sometimes. I just like painting. That's it. I wanted to make friends, so I joined the art club. There's no sense in it if I can't find a friend even there. I won't be pranked and bullied by them anymore, and they'll stop bothering me. That's a good thing for everyone, isn't it? You're just going to let it go? I don't care. I've already caused you enough trouble. No, you haven't. I don't understand. Aren't you angry at all? Being angry only makes you feel worse, and it wouldn't change anything. It's better this way. Will you let us help you find justice? Justice? What for? How would you even go about it? Don't give up on yourself like that. There's always a way. This is something I have no control over. I just have to learn to accept that this is reality. I yearned for close friendship, someone I could trust. In the end, it was just wishful thinking. Ooh, okay. Why would she do something? A struggle? Wants a friend to be more confident. And she chose to suffer alone. Table's turning. can't just give up now. Give up? I don't know what you're trying to say. How can you still be saying that I shouldn't give up? Because we won't have a chance to help you in the future? Many people have fallen victim to the art club student representative. Her family was wealthy and influential. She had the world at her feet. Obviously, she was a star at school as well. Nobody contradicted her, and the art club was a little kingdom of sorts. She was in charge. However, one person didn't play along, refusing the president's requests, thus she became a target for bullying. The girl didn't let that stop her. She went to great lengths to have the last laugh. If she could only win at the art competition, she could run up in the others' faces. Look at me, despite all your efforts, I'm still a winner. So she practiced a lot, but that wasn't enough. Her work was exceptional, but it wasn't a masterpiece yet. Natural talent was the last obstacle, for that's one thing that cannot be learnt. The others wouldn't stop their bullying, so she was ready to do whatever it takes. At some point, she discovered lilac grass. I don't care what you imagine, but that's not what I... How could it be you? Don't you think the description fits Eloise? All I do in my life is imagine things, but I've never done anything without a basis for my imagination either. Even if you don't know what went on at the art club 6 months ago, do you? So half a year ago, Eloise really... Wait a minute, you mean she... The hallucinations gave her a certain liberation and enlightenment. After a taste of this otherworldly experience, she succeeded in creating paintings better than any the club had ever seen before. She submitted her Peace Blossoms in an art competition filled with pride and joy. She was sure that even the best students from other schools would have nothing but admiration for her work. There is a long tear in the bottom left corner of the painting. Although attempts were made to glue it back together, if you focus on it, you can still make out the damage that's been done. Dropped accidentally. Her painting was sure to be placed first, but when the time came, the prize and fame didn't go to her. At some point, the artist's name had been changed. She angrily confronted the student representative to little effect. The students who know the truth stand by the representative, and her despair. In her desperation, she tries to go straight to the board of directors to complain. After several twists and turns, they agreed to investigate the matter. It became more complicated. However, the plan backfired, largely due to the representative's parents and their influence. Blossoms were removed from the competition, but the representative faced no punishment. The girl couldn't accept this outcome. This resulted in a violent dispute between her and the representative. She grabbed a painting, ready to leave the place that had caused her so much misery. During the argument, she accidentally fell down the stairs. At this point, the school could no longer turn a blind eye, and the student representative was forced to spend the rest of her senior year at home. Her position was given to the girl who'd been injured instead, as if that would somehow serve as consolation. Despite all of this, the girl felt no sense of justice, no honour, no proof, and no prize. Everyone buried the tragedy deep within their hearts. The painting was hung up on the wall, but no one dared talk about it. In the end, people acted like nothing ever happened. She was still so eager to prove her point, but her opponent was gone. It was now a futile struggle. After having exhausted all her means, there was nothing left that she could do. The storm was over, and who would be willing to dive into trouble and reopen the wounds of the past? The girl was in a desperate situation. She had no hope left. So what does that have to do with me? Because you're not her. She probably sees herself in you. Although lack of skill, the potential is there. Another chance, another fire of resistance. Unfortunately for her, you're not her. You don't want to confront anyone, you just avoid confrontation wherever you can. Even though lilac grass can help improve your painting skills, it shouldn't be more than one of many tools. The girl wasn't happy with how things turned out. She was so disgusted with the way things had ended that she was blinded with revenge. If you're only a step away from success, would you choose to take that step or give up? So there wasn't enough pressure, why not shape events in a way you'd have full control over? Last time, instead of trying to make friends, she played the guilt card to get others on her side. Her plan was successful, and this time she was more determined than ever. So she took the opportunities to introduce students to incense, something to let them enhance their skills. This first step worked out well. What she didn't expect was that you would see her fall down the stairs in your vision. Despite several attempts to throw you off, you didn't give up and kept inquiring about it. This kept her up at night, fearing her plan would be discovered. Her fear was justified. A week later, you began to start looking for excuses to avoid seeing her. Not only that, you even found a former psychotherapist lurking in a quirky old bookstore. Mr. Store Manager. Everything had been going according to plan. The thought of her efforts going to waste drove her crazy. Even though the risks were high, she knew no boundaries when it came to securing a victory, and so she launched her most devious plan yet. That's enough. I fall silent and look at her. That's not. It can't be. But Eloise, she... I don't want to believe this. Cecile, I can't force you to believe anything. You alone know the answer. This is all just derived from the facts we gather so far. I can't help but feel pity for a person so taken over by hatred. What do you think would drive her to do something like that? Mysteries of heaven and earth must not be spied upon, for the skeely silkworm shall look right back at us. You've already laid eyes upon that mystery, trouble follows. That's not exactly clear about what the threat is, but you should not put your life in danger. Not just you, but Eloise as well. Her symptoms are bad enough, and she won't be able to handle this alone. Hermitage values every customer. Since she's been here before, she will always be considered a guest. Even so, she would never listen to me. You're the only one that can help her. That's how it is. That's how things are. She'll find a replacement for me for sure. Someone who has that spark she's looking for. More and more students will be forced to face that horrifying monster because of the incense. Eloise's obsession will continue and lead her down a dark and twisted path. You're right, I need to try. Should go straight to her and sort this out. I'd rather clean things up than keep guessing. You've made up your mind? Yeah. It'll be alright, and if anything happens, you can call this guy. Okay. Do you even know where to find Eloise? There's only one place she'd be. After all, for better or worse, there's one place students will always hang out at. Promise to be careful. We're waiting to hear good news from you. I can't thank you enough, really. Don't know whether there's a decision coming up. It feels like there could be. 317. Okay, this is one case. I'll have to see whether they're connected, the chapters. Maybe that I play 2, 3, and 4 and then come back like on my last stream and do case 5 or something, possibly. I don't know. Have to give it a whirl, but I think playing 1 fulfills my requirements. Maybe we'll have a little peek into the second case, second episode or whatever it is first on this stream and see. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes again. Boom, boom, boom. Quite an eventful tea, if you ask me. If your definition of eventful is a cute way of saying working tirelessly 3 nights in a row, I might choose a less eventful lifestyle after all. Why is that? I thought you were used to overtime. That's different. My regular job isn't as psychologically challenging. This little girl, she really needs our help. Ah, look at you, showing genuine concern. Scary sight, but I do agree. Oh, you little... Honestly, what is with young people these days? What's going on in those families? All this intrigue, backstabbing, betrayal of trust? Do they think that's what adults do? What a mess. And because of these rascals, I'm kept awake at night, wasting my beauty sleep on them. Any more complaints about your job that you might want to file, or is it because you're not getting paid? said I'd take good care of everyone, so... something won't stop bothering me. You might not show it, but every time you talk about trouble, I can feel you getting fired up. Working in this business for a certain time, there comes a moment when you start to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Property taken by white-collar criminals, deception, greed, families broken apart. I know these people exist, I deal with them every day, but it still makes me sad. It's hard to accept reality. That's a good thing, that means you're human. If you say so. So what about that monster? Let's just see it's an unpleasant matter. They're going to be alright. Can't really see. I found some information, but it's rudimentary. To go about this another way. Stage plays are my absolute favourite. The actors take their masks very seriously. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it right in front of their face. They whisper to the mask that they're about to become a certain character. Abandoning your own self-care and fully taking over the spirit of the role. It's a respectable profession, don't you agree? What's the matter? There's an old saying, when you help someone, help them see the whole thing through. So, Scarlet, are you with me on this one? So this is it. Nothing remains hidden from you for long, it seems. For an outsider, the store manager's instincts sure are sharp. Was it all obvious when I first came to the store? Eloise, we're here now. Things can't possibly get worse. Say what you have to say, Cecile. The past is the past. Please answer me honestly, Eloise. What time is it now? I guessed as much. Eloise, so you've seen it too. After waking from one of hallucinations, Cecile experienced the same exact symptom. Even after she was free of those eyes, the memory still left her trembling. And didn't align correctly anymore. It might just be a minuscule difference of 10 seconds, but the sequence of time is now completely mixed up for Eloise. Looking at the wall clock, she can see the needle trembling frantically, as if unsure in which direction time is supposed to flow. This explains why Eloise can't read the time even if she wanted to. Are you being targeted? It was close behind me just seconds before I woke up. How much longer? About a day, I'd say. I see. Let's run away together. No. I deserve it. It's time to let it come for me. We don't have time for this, Eloise. Do you even know how dangerous that thing is? Yes, I can feel it. Truthfully, I expected it to be worse. Eloise, what are you talking about? You know, that girl was always the worst at landscape paintings at first. Some people's spatial awareness isn't naturally keen, even if their basic skills are above average. Those kind of paintings require perspective knowledge, or else they'll look off. If something was right in front of her, she could replicate it better than anyone else, but otherwise she couldn't even get the pattern on the floor straight until the end of last summer. Suddenly, the teacher was praising her advanced style. Why do you think that was? Hannah, Amelia, Faith, Evelyn. One name after another leaves her lips. It's hard to find a true friend to talk to, isn't it? Shouldn't be. After all I've done, it's natural that my punishment is severe. I messed up. Cecile, you should go back. That store manager seems to know a lot of things, and he'll find a way to help you. And stop worrying about me disappointing you anymore. Let's go back together. What if I say no? Why would you? His assumptions were completely right. I can't even look at myself. I'm a rotten person. So much more you'll be able to do in the future, but it's best for everyone if my story ends here. What are you talking about? Let's get out of here. We can talk more about it later. What's wrong with you? Do you think you're a saint? Leave me alone. I'm ready for this and you're not in charge here. Sometimes we act before we think. For the first time in her young life, Cecile slaps someone. Eloise covers her cheek in surprise. Stop saying you're ready as if that means anything. I know I'm repeating myself. I know I'm probably annoying you, but that's the only way to get through to you, so be it. Cecile. So you're sorry? You want to leave things this way? How can you even think like that? But it's the only... Shut up. There's never just an only way. Am I angry? Of course I am. I hate this, but this is not the way. This isn't closure. Nobody wins. I know you won't forgive yourself easily, Eloise. I won't sugarcoat anything, I'm not going to lie. For everything you've done, I'm unsure about the future. I don't know what to think. What I do know is that you still mean a lot to me. Giving up here isn't doing anyone any favours. The Eloise I know is smarter than that, stronger than that. The girl I know doesn't shy away from a fight. She faces any problem head on. I'll talk to the store manager tomorrow. I'll ask for help and find a way to deal with it. It'd be dangerous if I'm on my own. That thing almost tore me to pieces a couple of times when it was chasing after me. You should know how dangerous it is. So I may get hurt, I may go crazy, I may die. But I want to survive, I won't give up, and I want to give it a good life and find some closure for you as well as me. Please help. Sorry, no hope. I wouldn't say that. I think she listened to what I said yesterday. Realizing how much trouble you caused others along the way by acting blindly cause an unbearable guilt. I can relate to how she feels. She'll come around. I know her. I did the right thing coming here, didn't I? Please. Alright, now that we're here together, let's discuss the plan. There's one thing I need you to confirm. It will come to D, is that right? It feels as if you understand the situation better than we do. Well, I wanted to wait for both of you here before explaining everything. For what it's worth, you may not be the first victims to have come into contact with that monster. Rather, this thing seems to have appeared several times before, always posing a considerable threat. Several times, but why? Searching for longevity or enlightenment, wanting to escape the confines of the material world? What was most associated with those things in ancient China? All of that sounds very similar to the concept of Taoism, doesn't it? Scaly silkworm, a name Cecile should be familiar with, so the ancient priests refer to it. After being ravaged by the creature, the particular temple described in this book crumbled because of lack of practitioners. A monster attacked during the great ceremony. Almost everyone attending it was slaughtered. Blood and severed limbs littered the room. Most of the bodies were disfigured and huge chunks missing from their heads. I don't mean to scare you, it was a gnarly scene. So in short, that monster has appeared before. Wow. There seems to be no record of what you said in here. It seemed described. Is it in another book or something? Keep looking. It says afterwards, in the following years, the surviving Crane Temple Taoist tried to raise money in the countryside to recruit new apprentices. They didn't seem content with the result. It went on for more than 10 years. Hey, what's wrong? Why though? What are these numbers? Up until now, Chronicles of the Crane Temple was just book helped me get some facts straight. Now I know the key to survival lays hidden within its pages. As Peach dedicated to the surviving Crane Temple Taoist, he was just an ordinary Taoist priest at the time. His name was unknown. He now entered a secret recipe passed down to him by his ancestors. They made use of a special elixir to catch a glimpse of what they called the Great Path. This knowledge was passed on to devoted practitioners so they too could make this experience. The fatal incident in which the creature attacked happened during a ceremony at which they had all gathered to walk the Great Path. It happened right before it was the unknown monk's turn. So they used lilac grass. The description matches the experience one would go through when exposed to a very high dose of incense. I doubt there's a way to guarantee one's safety, but they never used it without supervision. It was safe for the conditions the new had, and yet things still went wrong. Their elders would teach them a formula beforehand, more of a song really. Chanting it collectively seems to have been the only way to make the scaly silkworm leave them be during their spiritual voyage. His elder brother was so anxious that he snuck into the temple to get the elixir, and you know what happened then? It started with a stare. The Crane Temple Taoist believed this monster could be appeased if it hadn't been around for too long. Anyway, back to the story. After the older brother did not arrive at the ceremony on time, a group of his disciples decided to go to his room to see what was going on. They were met by a gory sight, a body reduced to a pile of flesh, and the scaly silkworm emerged from a shadowy corner of the room and went on a killing spree. Starting with the temple's eldest, it massacred one after the other. The Crane Temple Taoist hid beneath the corpse and did not move or look. He repeated the chant over and over in a whisper as fast as he could. After repeating it 3 times, the aura of despair and dread surrounding him finally disappeared. Risk worth taking. There are some useful details in there describing how the creature is extremely fast and good at keeping out of sight, but the most important thing is probably the chant. Doesn't sound very realistic. Good at hiding, moves quickly. But where are we going to find that chant? All that aside, there's only 1 page here. We really got all that from a single page. Well. You don't know if you've been interested in witchcraft? Chanting is an important aspect that's been passed down from generation to generation. Some of these tunes are just ordinary ones meant to sound spooky, whereas others can contain real things. Of course, the word real is relative, as none of them can be explained scientifically. Creating appropriate ambience help people to fall into a deep slumber. Trance-like state is a little like hypnosis but more powerful. That's a rare skill but nothing unique. If you look at these numbers more closely, don't you think the arrangement is strange? Only from 1 to 5. Wait a minute, 5. Gong, Chang, Ju, Zi, Yu. The 5 notes on the pentatonic scale. Correct? That's a smart way of encrypting information. Once you understand it, it becomes obvious that's what we're looking for is in plain sight. These numbers are the chant we need. Wow. Unbelievable, how did you do that? Let's just say sleep is overrated. Okay, that's everything. We've got a lot of work to do before it gets dark. I know it's still a mystery how the store manager is so familiar with these kinds of things. Summoning otherworldly beings and partaking in ancient rituals is hardly part of someone's daily routine or some leisurely hobby, is it? You ready? To put it simply, all we have to do is recreate the incident at the temple. Oni will be properly prepared and armed with knowledge that we can use to gain the upper hand. We control the situation this time. I know that you can't walk close to the water and not expect your shoes to get wet. We know what went wrong last time. There are two major differences when we compare this to the field ceremony from back then. First of all, the priest brother's room where it all happened was in no way prepared. I didn't have any protected runes. Secondly, they didn't repeat any protected chants, which gave the skinny silkworm enough time to get comfy in the corners. Even if only by accident, they basically created the perfect conditions for it to roam freely. The priest survived in the end, even though he's in the room. That tells us that the runes might not be key. Singing the chant 3 times seems to be part of the ritual that mattered most. Done according to the Deus method, where recital of the chant takes 1 minute, so we need at least 3 minutes for that part of the ceremony. Of course, we may or may not need more time, and it may not even be about the number of repetitions, but we need a rough estimate at least. There's no sugarcoating the risk. In order for the monster to actually enter this room, one of us needs to use the incense again. We still don't know that much about lilac grass, but we know that inhaling the smoke is an integral part of it. As time, we're in full control over who inhales the incense. I did my best to trim the shape of the incense stick for it to burn more slowly. Also, the smoke should sink to the ground more easily. Whoever's our beat stays close to the ground while another keeps an eye on the overall situation. That shall be done as quickly as possible. The smoke begins to thicken after all. If both people lose consciousness at the same time, that would mean certain doom. To put it bluntly, clear it out, stay calm when it emerges, use the things we prepared to delay it as long as possible. Delay it. Cecile looks at the various things around her, covered with paper of the same colour as the room to camouflage them. Amazing how much they've managed to hide from prying eyes. Using these things to interrupt a sinister monster that slaughters humans for fun is threatening a polar bear with a toothpick. However, the runes copied from the ones found at Craneview Temple might give them additional powers. Humans' worst fear is always uncertainty, and this is no exception. Although you were the one that asked for help yesterday, it seems you'll be protecting me instead. Since she's had the most experience with incense, Eloise volunteered to play the bait. However, yesterday proved to Cecile that even experience doesn't protect you from its dangerous effects. She had no really valid reason to tell Eloise not to do it. Eloise? Yes. After all this is over, let's sit down and talk, okay? Her phone starts beeping. It's up to you, Cecile. Don't worry, Eloise. It's quiet all around them. Even though the recording is playing, the entire room seems to stand still. When will it emerge? Eloise doesn't know the answer to that. Her chest is heaving. Her palms are sweaty as Eloise unconsciously rolls up the silk thread in a loop, only to loosen it over and over. The store manager's hoarse voice gradually belts into the background as he continues his chanting. The air is heavy. Eloise's eyelids are fluttering. This isn't good. Cecile knows she did everything she could. I don't know if it's going to make me make a decision, but I want to be as close to it as I can. Tingling, stinging sensation. Despite there being no light in the room, its corners suddenly turn even darker than black. A cloud of smoke rises. Cecile instinctively waves around to disperse it, only to realise that the smoke isn't coming from the incense on the ground. The strange purple smoke doesn't adhere to the laws of physics. It doesn't even have a source. The air feels like a sponge soaked in ink, letting out smoke every time it's squeezed. Almost as if it was sentient, the purple smoke condenses in a corner, and a crunching sound like fabric being torn. Cecile stares at the point where smoke is gathered and holds her breath. Darkness deforms and warps again, sending a chill through the room. No pupils, no eyelids, no shimmering white in the dark. But an eye is an eye. Cecile recognises it immediately. She can never forget it. It is here. The enigmatic monster seems to be adapting to its surroundings. By little, it's squeezing itself out of the fabric of darkness, its angular body spreading out, arcing into the air. This weird, bizarre being conflicts with the natural rules of our world. It's composed entirely of sharp angles, but its surface is glistening with liquid reflection. One section of its body is covered in weird, scattered eyes, the closest thing to what we would call a head. This thing is abnormal from the very core of its existence, Cecile is sure of it. Without any warning, a cold, sticky feeling starts to wander up Cecile's ankles. It feels as if melted ice water has been injected into her veins, as if she's becoming weightless, as if she's free-falling. The acid in her stomach is building up, a sickening sensation. The veil of everything she's come to accept and know as reality is mercilessly torn away. The last small sense of security she had left vanishes. Her sanity crumbles as her body folds and falls apart within itself. She would like to close her strained eyes, if only to escape the horrifying mad gaze, but she eventually swallows the fear and tries to maintain eye contact. Sharp, bone-like appendages are protruding from its body, the razor-sharp tips giving the impression they could rip time and space itself apart. That must be a kind of claw, Cecile thinks quietly to herself. She can't see anything that resembles an ear, but God only knows how this thing functions. Its physics-defying body is strangely twisting and rearranging every couple of seconds. Upon closer inspection, she realizes the different shapes are not directly connected to one another. They seem to be loosely hanging in space, ignoring all the constraints of common sense. She readies herself for what's next. Cecile pulls on a thin thread, and the slight tearing sound of adhesive tape can be heard from further away. The remaining corners of the room have also been covered with tape, which maintains a subtle tension that once unfastens creates a curve in the corner. A bit of luck, it might be possible to cut off the creature's entrance. However, it doesn't exactly work out as planned. The appendages on the morphing monster's body easily cut through everything in its path. The parts of it that had already successfully emerged can't be removed by simply erasing the corner. A disturbing cracking sound like tendons snapping. The thing raises its head and looks around. It takes but a second to spot its target. Flippin' heck! small pot of liquid, much like water, is forming on the ground in front of Cecile. The creature's body is splattered into a pulpy, bony puddle, as if it has been thrown against a window with full force. For a short moment, it reminds Cecile of a scene at a terrible car accident. Something seems to be viciously ripped from the air. Despite the fact she didn't inhale, her lungs start bulging, filling up like a balloon. She can feel a faint heat rising from beneath her feet. Smoke is rising up from the ground. The runes are already showing signs of damage after just one attack. They can only delay it for a little bit, Cecile thinks to herself. These runes are just a small help. They can't be relied on for protection. Weird crunching, clicking noises are coming from the monster's unnatural body as it retreats back into a dark corner. The thing is floating through the air like some otherworldly god, the corners of the room being the entrance to its kingdom. Cecile is drenched in cold sweat. Nobody really knows what the original runes were for. With no practical knowledge about them, this right here is the only way to see how they actually work. The store manager only explained it vaguely before. Cecile can't blame him. Even if she understood the principle herself, it would still be difficult to explain it to someone else. The nightmarish creature is behaving as if it isn't bound to this world at all and is free to traverse through space, the space covered in ruins being the sole exception. It's impossible to keep track of its movements or understand them. Its body defies common sense, twisting and morphing in the most disturbing ways. Its actions and movements are ferociously rapid, and its piercing eyes render any attempts at hiding from it futile. Does any of it really have an effect? If anything, it looks as if the monster avoiding the spot seems to be a conscious decision. While Cecile is still lost in thought, the monster attempts a second strike. This time the ground shakes into the vicious attack. Various items are violently thrust in the air, reduced to nothing but dust. Cecile lows the thread in her hands. It's not surprising that the diarist fell victim to this ferocious beast. This isn't a fight that can be solved by brute force, even if you have the proper weapons at hand. If anything, rash and violent decisions would only make things worse. The runes seem to be keeping up net for now, despite showing first signs of cracking under pressure. They've already surpassed everyone's expectations, but there's still more to be done. Cecile holds her breath and kneels down again, then she starts drawing something on the ground. A third attack. No thinking, just drawing. The moment the pen touches the ground, it moves as if it has a mind of its own. Cecile quickly fills in the parts of the runes that have disintegrated. The monsters are rampaging outside the rune circle, frustrated. The store manager's plan to ambush it doesn't seem to be working out as planned, but it's too late to worry about that. It's a faint ringing in the distance. 1 minute has passed. Sudden impact from the side. Another one. It's still holding up so far. Despite the heat, the marker is still drawing runes on the ground. The monster thrashes around, smashing against the barrier, making it hard for Cecile to keep up. There are 12 sets of overlapping rune patterns on the ground. Each impact damages about 2 or 3 of them. The process differs depending on the pattern, but Cecile managed to repair 1 or 2 each time. Luckily, the ink is withstanding the inexplicable heat. Although the ancient pioneers of the ceremony are more professional than anyone here combined, modern science and technology do have their advantages. To avoid inhaling too much incense, Cecile quickly gets up, gasping for air. It's almost like coming up for air when swimming, but through supernatural smoke instead of water. No one expected this to turn into a deadly game of tug-of-war, but there's still hope. Now they know how it works, they're determined to stand their ground and finish this. What? Dizziness sweeps over Cecile as if she was suffering from extreme vertigo. Her vision goes dark. She falls to her knees and tries to break her fall by reaching towards the ground. This is dangerous. If she falls and lands outside the safe space. Her left hand seems digging to the ground, beyond the boundary. She instinctively retracts the left hand and pushes herself back off the ground immediately. Oh my god. Also, it looks like there's a little face in the ceiling. There's a gaping hole in the centre of her palm, white bones and pulsing veins clearly visible. There's no pain, no bleeding, and whatever fluid is dripping out the wound disappears into thin air. The malicious creature flies to one side in annoyance, readying itself once more. As Cecile realises what's happening, her legs turn weak. What kind of bite was that? Cecile is so confused right now she can't think clearly. She tries to regain her footing, but she stumbles and kicks the marker away from her. With a sharp, abrupt hiss, the creature rushes towards it, knowing it to be the girl's only hope. It's no match for the creature's attack. The marker breaks apart. Black ink splashes across the room like blood. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Cecile screams, but dare not reach out again. Eloise is still lying beside her, clothes torn from many attacks. Cecile glances over to check on her. Fortunately, she's still unharmed. The monster twists its head and looks back at Cecile. Its weirdly appendage is ready for another attack. Then it stops mid-air, its many teeth scatter into countless strands of blue silk. Now it looks like a jellyfish pressed flat against the wall of a glass tank. It's playing around, trying to provoke its prey. Meanwhile, the inky runes on the floor are frothing and producing a pungent smell, having blocked so many of the creature's attack. What should they do? They've long lost the marker, and there's only one pencil, a pair of scissors, and some paper cutters left within the rune circle. It feels like a choice. Nearly on 4 hours. Pencil was used for rough sketching, but preparing rune patterns would be nearly impossible. It's nowhere near as effective as the ink marker. However, the runes won't hold much longer if nothing is done about it. Maybe her mind is playing tricks on her, but Cecile can hear a faint wailing from somewhere. The most important thing now is time. Stay calm. With each attack, the runes are damaged even more. The ink boils until parts of the room simply evaporate into thin air. There's nothing here that Cecile could use to quickly replace the evaporated ink. Even if there was, it seemed the runes would remain fragile either way. But what about something other than drawing? Cecile is surprised at her own rationality. Her breathing is calm, her thoughts are clear. There might be another way to make the runes more sustainable. If a whole set of runes could be engraved on a surface, it might work. Even if the ink ultimately disappears, the engraved parts would last. The hard floor is an option, that much is clear since they tested it in the afternoon. All she has is a pencil and a knife. So the pencil then? Although nowhere near as large as the radius of the rings on the ground, at least the pencil has a cylindrical shape. By drawing the runes much closer together and compressing the whole pattern, they could indeed be carved into the pencil. Even though the pencil can't be stood upright on the ground, the scaly silkworm can't reach the space near the runes, so it might just buy everyone some time. That's it. The ground is shaking. The creature seems to have found its rhythm. The pauses between its attacks are getting shorter. The self-imposed cage seems to be crumbling. The phone starts beeping once again. The second minute has passed. Blinking heck, this is all happening in just 2 minutes. And about half the prepared defences have already been destroyed. There's no way to retrieve what has been lost. Soon there won't even be enough space for one person to lie down in. Cecile helps Eloise into a sitting position while she leans against her body for support. She throws the notebook aside, picks up the pencil and the knife, and starts engraving as fast as she possibly can. There must not be any straight lines, no corners, and most importantly, no mistakes. Cecile has never been under so much pressure. The clock is ticking. She barely even looks at what she's doing as she moves the knife across the pencil, a piece of wood less thick than her pinky finger. No matter how driven and motivated, anyone else probably wouldn't have been able to do this. Thanks to Cecile's artistic skills, though, she has nimble fingers. She's making it count. Disturbed by what's going on, Louise suddenly frowns and starts to whisper. Cecile responds casually but doesn't get any more answers from Louise. It's probably just a nightmare induced by the hallucinations. Poor Louise. No matter how hard she tries to fight it, the incense around her is still eating away at Cecile's self-control. Something is floating in the corners of her eyes. It kind of looks like a row of British Guards' bearskin hats. Hallucinations? Cecile can't worry about that right now. An unrelenting shockwave brings her back to reality. Another one of these and the whole room might start coming down on top of everyone. Cecile is even more determined now. Seriously freaked out by the smiley face in the ceiling. The beast is circling its prey, occasionally picking up whatever objects are close to it and tearing them to pieces. Looks like even supernatural creatures get frustrated sometimes. Cecile adjusts her position to make more room for Eloise. The safe zone has shrunk once again. So many protective runes are broken by now. Cecile can already feel the monster's vile breath on her face. It extends its sharp appendages again, stretching its bony teeth around Cecile in an attempt to demonstrate its impending victory. It was my decision. She had nothing to... Eloise is still immersed in hallucinations. She twists and turns her body uneasily. In spite of the situation, Cecile still manages to squeeze out a bitter smile. It seems like all the trouble had started the moment she joined the art club. Although she ignored the provocations back then, Cecile could never forget how sad and scared she'd been. No, I just want to read the end of the story and get to the end of the story. And I am a night owl. I function better at night time than I do during the day. It's weird. But having not read the whole thing, I've now preserved my voice enough that I can read at least the end bit. Without Eloise's help, she wouldn't have made it through the bullying and harassment. She still remembers the day Eloise stood up for the first time. It was a tense moment. What Eloise did would always mean a lot to her. Who would have thought that moment would create such a close friendship? And who would have thought that friendship could cause us so much pain? Cecile finishes the last engraving with tears in her eyes. A loud, unpleasant sound fills the room. This time the monster seems determined. All of a sudden, thousands of whirling tentacles extend right up to Cecile's face. Cecile begins to panic at the creature's bizarre morphing. She takes a deep breath, forgetting about the insects around her. However, someone else manages to react even faster. Stop it! Although she still hasn't fully recovered yet and is shaking on her feet, Eloise stands up. She steps directly in front of Cecile to shield her, a last line of defense. This isn't how Cecile pictured things to turn out. Eloise? Eloise ignores Cecile's shouts and stays where she is. It looks almost as if she's in a trance. No matter what. Today's her birthday. Watch out! A large shadow pounces out the darkness with incredible force. A burst of wind blows Cecile's hair out of her face. She can feel a sudden impact, but there's no sound at all. It hurts. Look! This is the cover image. Sharp pains shoot through her arms like lightning and several bones appear to be cracked. Her shoulders make a crunching sound when she moves, but she decides to ignore it. Even the slightest push would make her fall to her knees right now. It looks as if Cecile's improved rune pencil saved both of their lives. A small thing like that proved nearly as effective as the larger runes, enough to survive an all-out attack, at least this once. Why did you... Whispering to herself, Cecile looks at Eloise, who's struggling to get back up from the ground. She's overcome with emotion. Eloise, why? I don't know what to say. After the many attacks, Cecile feels as she can follow the thing's thought process by now. Although it's still attacking fiercely, Cecile can sense its exhaustion. Even a creature like that has its limits. Chanting in the background is nearly over. The 3rd minute is almost up. Once that happens, the creature might finally be soothed by the mysterious tune, just like it was in the past. The moment of truth. Cecile holds tightly onto the pencil. It's a radiant, blinding burst of light. Staring directly into its eyes makes its actions a little more predictable somehow. Knowing what's going to come next could give them a fighting chance. Not today, Mr. Monster, Cecile murmurs to herself as she shakes her bloody arm covered in cuts. You know what I need to do now? It's time the attack came from the left. Just as Cecile thought, the monster is cunning and targeting the injured Eloise instead. Knowing where the next attack might come from gives Cecile an advantage, however small it might be. The monster twists and turns, snapping through the air like a whip. She's beginning to feel the blood loss from her arm, but Cecile clenches her teeth and stares at the whimpering creature, refusing to let go of the object in her hand. The pencil is boiling hot. It feels like she's gripping a scorching iron. The stench of burning skin drifts up to her nose. Don't try and turn yourself off now, silly TV. Doesn't matter now. We're getting to the good bit. I'm gonna have a drink. Mind you, I thought I was done like an hour ago, so you know. Creature suddenly changes its strategy. It floats through the air, tearing away pieces of its own body with sharp pointy claws. Pulpy green liquid drips over Cecile's head. Cecile raises her left arm in an attempt to keep the liquid away from her and Eloise, but it's too much and her frame is too small to block it. Ugh, the sticky green pus drips onto her skin and immediately creeps along it like a living thing. It burns through Cecile's soft skin, rushing through her veins, boiling her blood. The entire left side of her body seems to be burning up and melting away, while the right side is strangely frigid and cold. It feels as if someone's hammering nails straight into her heart. She wants to live, she has to. It can't all have been for nothing. It's almost time, Lee. If you don't hurry, I'm gonna run. The sound of something ripping, the bizarre mountain of angles assumes a shape again. Accompanied by an extremely sharp howling sound, the monster's body strikes out once more. Cecile extends her left arm. The toxic fluids have already burnt her skin, so offering up some more won't make a difference. Intentionally letting the beast come closer is a lot harder than she thought. Cecile's left arm is almost completely numb, and the whirlwind of lashing tentacles nearly reaches the tip of her nose. At the critical moment, Cecile bites down on the pencil hard. Although the shock of the impact almost cricks her neck and her teeth turn dull with pain, she remains on her feet. More than a dozen pairs of eyes are directly facing her. Would you feel better without those things? Cecile does her best to keep her brain from processing the pain pulsating through her body. Fine, whatever happens, happens. Maybe the incense is showing effect, but her expression is becoming less tense and she smiles. With her hand covered in blood oozing from her cut arm, she quickly draws a circular mark on the monster's forehead. The roof starts spinning, or is it the whole world? A warm sensation is spreading through her lower abdomen as if she'd been punched in the gut. Cecile falls to the ground and is unable to muster any strength to get back up. She turns her head to the side, wanting to see if Eloise is okay. No longer strong. Can't. No. What is Eloise talking to? It's another ringing sound. At last the darkness swallows her whole. A hint of warmth gently sweeps over her body like a soft wave. How long has it been? Her vision is still blurry and she's unable to process what happened. What does she know? What she does know, however, is that right now there's nothing to worry about. Only now that this weird, unsettling feeling in the back of her mind is fully gone away does she realize how long the creature has haunted her, nestled in her thoughts. Just thinking about it is enough to give her a headache. What exactly did she do last night? Cecile is unsure whether she even wants to remember. A cold, bone-crushing pain still lingers in her chest. But she doesn't feel as if she's been watched any longer. That should be considered a success, no matter what the circumstances. The floor is a mess, covered in sharp scratches, and the walls are speckled with ink and other liquids, as if a bomb went off inside this room. Cecile is lying on her back, covered with a thick fleece blanket. Tears are shimmering in her eyes. They really do taste like salt, she thinks to herself as a single tear rolls down over her lips. It's very improvised, but her wounds are covered with gauze and bandages, a strong smell of disinfectant hangs in the air. She looks around and spots a note next to her. It says, "Good morning, I'm waiting for you downstairs." The paper appears to have been ripped out of the store manager's notebook. It's already starting to turn a little yellow. Even though he's taking care of a bookstore, his handwriting is atrocious. Cecile almost feels bad thinking about it that way, but it's true. She quickly discards the thought. She already owes him so much, and without his help, Eloise and her probably wouldn't have lived to see the sun come up today. Asking so many favours of him, ruining the whole room. Cecile feels terrible about it. She makes a mental note to apologise to him for her behaviour at the earliest opportunity. Her left wrist and shoulder are swollen. Cecile moves around to make sure she hasn't dislocated anything and to make sure it still doesn't hurt. 3 minutes against a creature like that, she can count herself lucky if this is the full extent of her injuries. What is she going to tell her father when she goes back home today? Cecile is still a little worried, but she's feeling a lot calmer already. She decides to let that hard-earned peace and quiet sink in for a while longer. To be completely honest, I don't know what to do. Oh. Well, no pain, no bleeding, it doesn't seem right, but I suggest we eat and see how things turned out. It'd be weird to go to a doctor with these kind of symptoms and not be able to properly explain how you got them in the first place. And the creature pierced a large hole through Cecile's left hand, and although the entire back of her palm is laid bare, she's still able to move her hand as if the bone wasn't touched at all. The way she's able to make a fist and fit almost 3 fingers through the hole, it was truly unsettling. For now, let's cover it with bandages, and if anyone asks, say you have an accident, you have to watch out for infection, or a guy who might know a way to get to heal properly. Looks like it's up to him to come up with something. Oh, and I'm sorry. Sorry for how far things escalated and how far you had to push yourself. How about your hand? Maybe when that strange guy delivers the next box of books, I can ask him about it. Anyway, it'd be best if you let yourself heal first, regain some strength. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go back to school? Don't feel comfortable about you not showing up there, Aldi. Well, I accidentally turned off my phone yesterday and just realised I've received so many messages it's about to bust. Eloise, are you really okay? Let's just make up an excuse. I think we should go back and explain to the teachers. That's one possibility, yeah. Sounds fine by me. Just promise me not to cause any more trouble. Not for yourself, not for others, for your own sake. Then we'll hurry there now and come back later to make amends, promise. Yes, we'll do that. I'm really sorry. Alright, just give me enough time to have a good cry when I think about who to call to help me clean up this mess. And just like that, the 2 students hurry out the store and head to school. And Yen, they're both still kids. As much as Scarlet hates annoying children, Cecile and Eloise Clay don't fall into that category. They still have a long road ahead of them, and if they struggle along the way, it's okay to help them out in whatever way possible. Just a few days were enough to draw me out of the quiet and safe life I've been leading. Could have known a single conversation would lead to such adventure. There's that whole mess upstairs to take care of somehow. Just thinking about it makes my head throb. Staying here is, shall we say, a necessity, so I may as well keep the place tidy. Okay. Hours. So it looks like things have been resolved. What do you mean resolved? I still don't have a cure for the wound. We can't just let Cecile run around with a hole in her hand for the rest of her life. Did you get here anyway? Who knows how long he's been standing there already? He bows his head in my direction, a pile of books in his arms. Pleasant afternoon to you. You're talking about an open wound. I would suggest giving up on it. Those beings are simply passing through our dimension, and time and space itself could not comprehend the wounds they cause. However, since they are only travellers, our world will forget them eventually. At that point, it will become even more difficult to keep track of them. You sure seem to know a lot about them. How peculiar. An uneasy feeling spreads through my chest. Just a moment ago, I was prepared to come up with a clever way of getting information out of him, but I don't feel like it anymore. Thanks to all good book you gave me, the girls won't turn to pieces by that thing called scaly silkworm. Shall I thank you for that? Please don't give me that look. I would have liked to assist you in person, but you're well aware I'm not allowed to go beyond this floor. He's right. Even the stairs are off limits to him. Even if he gave it everything he's got, he could only take one step before being pushed back by an invisible force. It was only after the accident that I found out that his legs had been replaced with a pair of prosthetics. What happened to Hermitage way back when, I can't even imagine. Nowadays the building resembles a cursed city. No one can leave, no one can enter. You may not realise it, but your instincts have always been sharp. It's a very wise decision not to get involved. Brushes some dust off his hat. How so? Scaly silkworm appears in this direction by entering and exiting from certain perspective, and you will find that everyone has one. Consider, for example, the eyes. Land scholars died tragically at home, kings were mysteriously murdered in their castles, witchcraft researchers suddenly perished, all of them torn and cut. Their henchmen and assistants didn't always share that luxury. Many were left with a large gaping hole in their face. So we can enter our dimension through a human face? I'm afraid it's a legitimate valid theory. Moreover, it's been documented all sorts of anomalies and deformities have developed on these victims over time. That's more than enough to drive them mad and ultimately kill them. They call it the Devil's Whisper. An apt name for the condition, if you ask me. A shiver goes down my spine as I listen to those stories. Crane Temple Diarist described the silkworm as a store of unpredictable shapes. Its destructive urges led me to believe that it is primitive. However, it's actually a highly intelligent being. It can't afford to be reckless against an enemy who doesn't even adhere to our concepts of life and death. Things look really grim, and it was a gamble. My faith in the runes was well placed. Our ancestors have treated us well. Thanks to the runes, the girls' lives were saved, otherwise they would have met the same cruel fate as the priests back then. Runes? What are you referring to? Protective runes carved into the floor. The priests seem to have relied on them to ward off the silkworm during the ceremony, too. Although they weren't that durable, they still proved most useful. Is that so? How intriguing, that's new even to me. There haven't been any examples of symbols being used against silkworms in the past. Well, this is roughly what it looks like. We overlapped this pattern a dozen times just to be safe. Take a tattered draft of the runes from the table and hand it to him. He seemed quite interested, gazing at the pattern and intently as if he wanted to burn through the paper. Then he frowns. If I remember correctly, this is just a type of common hexagram, often used in Southern Daoism. It's very messy, distorted even. It's harmless and doesn't carry any power as far as I can tell. Are you sure it really had an effect on the silkworm? Well, to be honest, I don't really know. It did save the two girls, and judging by the havoc that was caused upstairs, I don't think they had enough strength left to make up a lie like that. In any case, it's all quite outrageous. Almost like a tug of war without a rope. Silkworm destroyed all the protective precautions I put in place. Without them, would Cecile have even had a chance of surviving for 3 minutes? Perhaps I'm overreacting. Since no one has proven otherwise, it may be possible that hexagram is effective against the silkworm. Under what circumstances would you usually use this hexagram? Well, it has various applications since it has no real function, and it exists only as a symbol. It's often found on various decorative items, not as distorted as in your drawing though. That explains it, I guess. What's the matter? It's nothing. I'm just starting to believe that I've been really lucky lately. Luck is never more than a prerequisite, and no amount of luck would help you if you didn't put in the effort. Compliments won't do me any good. I realise that. I just want you to be fully aware of how much difference you can make. He checks the bookshelves one by one, looking satisfied. Accurate categorization, no missing volumes. You were born to do this. Why are you helping me? You mean those books? Forget about taking me in for a moment. From the very beginning, you seemed to know what was going on with Cecile. If that's really the case, wouldn't it have been better to be straightforward about it? We eat, we drink, and walk according to what we were taught. Most of this world is foolish and lacks self-reflection, so we should be careful. The deliverer bows his head as he quietly recites this line. Sounds like some kind of lesson. It's the motto that a group of shady individuals use to keep themselves motivated. Even though its origins elude them nowadays, they're still more careful than anyone else even to this day. Fortunately, I can't distance myself from them for a variety of reasons. His tone is bitter and seems to be hiding a lot of regret. When I was younger, I followed them blindly, often into situations I shouldn't have been part of. If it hadn't been for coincidence, I might still be in the dark about that. I'd never assumed to call myself innocent, but that doesn't mean I was happy to stand by and watch them do what they did. Is that why you were hoping to help? The deliverer nods slightly. I'll be honest then, even if helping Cecile brings you some kind of benefit that I don't know about it, I wouldn't bother telling you about anything else unless it's out of the ordinary. You're my landlord after all. However, in an environment like this, and I can hardly guarantee good quality work, last time around, luck was the only thing that made this a success. When you have a better alternative than that? You seem to be overestimating my abilities. Every single brick and tile here is priceless to me, and you sleep peacefully upstairs every night, while I can't even take a look inside. Is this police that precious to you? He gives me a sad look and speaks in a serious tone of voice. It is my home. It is the only place I find peace and stability. However, that is why I'm able to place you here with such confidence. For me, this is the last chance that God has given me. You seem to be having a hard time with it, though. As long as your results live up to my expectations, the pain I'm feeling is just part of the process. That statement already sounds more like himself again. Stretch my hands and drill the cigarette into the ashtray. So what else can I do for you? When the time comes, you'll know. All you have to do is what you think is right. He picks up his briefcase and turns around to leave the store. Until then, just hang in there. Hang in there? We got the deliverer's secret, okay? Must be a clue thing. So we've got Scaly Silkworm. We've delivered, okay. Why can't I remember? I don't know. I looked down at the notebook on my desk. In a few days, it's already been filled with a multitude of notes and memos. Once they've been turned on, some switches are difficult to turn off again. We could all use a break right now. Eloise! What? Sorry, I was distracted. Did you see anything strange? No, I was just curious. I saw someone walk by who looked familiar. You mean you saw someone you know near the bookshop? Don't think anyone from school would hang out here. Maybe the clothes were just similar. It's not particularly unusual to be wearing a trench coat in this weather, but something felt strange. Really? I didn't even notice. Never mind, it's too late to do anything about it now. The girls nod and continue towards the station. It's sunnier than usual, but the weather hasn't been good these last few days. There are many things she'd like to say, but the words are stuck in her throat and she can't get them out. Eloise can't help but think about how messy things had turned out. She feels as if everything is her fault, but she's overwhelmed by recent events. There's the courage to accept any punishment, but it never came. It's as if she herself has become the person she used to hate so much, which makes her feel incredibly hollow inside. She sees the way Cecile's walking next to her, light on her feet and unburdened. She feels somewhat relieved, but also selfishly filled with despair. She has to face it. She can no longer choose to avoid it. Cecile, as it turns out, I'm not going to forgive you just like that. Is this really what it's going to be like? I don't want you to misunderstand, so I thought it would be best to make myself clear. I have no intention of forgiving you just like that. Cecile stands in front of Eloise, feet planted firmly on the ground, no sign of doubt on her face. The autumn breeze gently lifts up her slightly dishevelled hair, revealing a few red marks on her face. For the first time, Eloise is a little uncomfortable looking into Cecile's clear, determined eyes. It used to be the other way around. Honestly, that's okay. It's not over yet. We're not the only ones in the art club. The sentence shakes her up more than anything else. It's not like... You acquired a lot of lilac grass in the past, right? I can't just ignore the fact that you used something so dangerous. Cecile's tried to smile as the sun shines down on her, spreading its warmth across the entire road. I can forgive you, it's just more of a decision I have to make. And as things are, it's not that hard for me anymore. But like the store manager said, forgiveness is never the end of a matter. There is no difference between forgiving someone and running away. Forgiveness alone proves nothing, just like running away doesn't either. Trying to make a change is the only thing that makes a difference in this world. What would people think if we just made up and pretended that nothing happened? Eloise had paid a high price to prove herself, but it's true that there's more than one person involved in this situation. But the seeds that were planted just don't disappear. I am the one responsible for all this. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but Cecile, you really do care about the others too much. I don't think so. If mistakes were made, it's our duty to solve them even if we weren't responsible for them. I don't plan on shouldering anyone else's burden. I'll listen to apologies and I'll stay reasonable, always. The same goes for you, Eloise. If we're really still friends, then come with me and talk to our classmates. Cecile seems to have prepared this speech a long time ago. Eloise's vision becomes a little blurry as she watches her friend talk so seriously. So, Eloise, hey, are you alright? What? Yes, I am, obviously. Cecile can no longer hold... Eloise can no longer hold back her emotions. The sorrow, the pain, the regret, they never really went away, after all, and now they're bursting out with her tears. Even I can't forgive myself for some things, but you can. Stop it, it has nothing to do with her. But it's her birthday. I remember someone saying something like that last night, and it sure as hell wasn't me. At this school, only one person knows what her birthday is. So what exactly did you see, and who did you say it to? Cecile covers her cheeks, looking embarrassed. I want to change, right? And I still have so many things to learn. I want to continue this journey with you. Eloise doesn't even hear the whole sentence. The only thing she can hear is the sound of her own sobbing. Cecile gently hugs Eloise, trying her best to share her warmth. Now we have all the time in the world to correct our mistakes, to make things right. If patience really is the key, we'll just have to be patient a little longer. But this is how we make friends, that's motivation enough. Eloise tries to open her eyes, but all she can see is Cecile's bright smile right in front of her. Besides, I owe them an apology too. After all, I still don't know everyone's name yet. With the tears in her eyes, Eloise smiles, and the sun, along with Cecile's embrace, fills her heart with warmth. Come on, we still need to get a lot of things done. Young girl. Oh, that's pretty. I'm going to make my own safer. I know there's a good ending and a bad ending in these things, and I don't know how you trigger it, so I'm taking saves. The young girl should have one problem. She suffered from nightmares even during the day. Now she's finally found her way to true redemption. This feels like a good ending, though. My God. Aha! A bleep bloop. A faint light. One day in the cinnabar. Successfully completed chapter 1. A little light can be seen, but it's not much. It's a precious thing, and there aren't many of those. Every few heartbeats, a light tears through the darkness in front of its eyes. Then it remembers the good things, and the bad ones disappear into oblivion. It imagines itself eating, drinking, stretching its arms. After doing all that, the deepness surrounds it again. It gradually learns to be tired, but it also learns to crave a little excitement. But not yet. Neither this deep self nor the outer world is prepared for that encounter. A voice is calling it from the other side. It's in the deepest depths, but the light is everywhere, and it belongs there. It isn't time yet. Its new wings have not yet grown, and its new shelf is not mature enough, so it waits. It decides to take care of the immediate problem first. Imagining itself eating, drinking, stretching its arms, it's finally left this existence behind. Chapter 2 for Love and Family. Right, so this is a new chapter. So I got a good ending. I don't know how to get the bad ending, but I've got a whole bunch of saves. So we're going to end here. I will, based on the fact that that was over 4 hours, even with me not reading everything, it's going to take too long to get to the end of this by streaming everything. I just don't have enough anything. Days and streams. So I want to try and get through stuff, but I do want to play it. So it may be that I do some cases, see what chapter 2 is and how that fits. Excuse me. See what chapter 2 is and how that fits. And carry on. And if it feels like, like I want to stream another one, then I might do one like last stream for the last case, but otherwise I might just play them all offline. But this was requested by Jessie, and hopefully you got to see a little bit of it. I don't know. I like it. But yeah, so it's a chill stream. I have woken up now, you know, ironically at midnight. I'm now awake. But I did have like a 2-hour nap this afternoon, so that does fit. It's not like I'm exhausted and not had any sleep. Yeah. I was very glad to have the nap because I was really tired. So yeah. So I am going to probably read for a bit and then go to sleep, because there's no way I'm going straight to sleep. But yeah, so thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to Lady Marguerite for the raid, and for all the conversations. I've been Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK, and I will catch you tomorrow, today, in like 12 hours. I'll be back with something else, so I'll catch you then. Bye.